Hello, Detective Viz. How are you? Oh, I was hoping there would be like a big sting or something, and I would pause it on the sting, and it would be a nice little transition, but no, it's fine. Oh, I know it's not this. Oh, you know what? Thank you. I know it's not the same, but there is always the VOD. But, gosh, look, Homicipher is so good. It's so good, y'all. It's so good. Oh, and oh,
Achtung, baby.
Octong Mittens! Thank you! 14 months. My goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Loverly. I went back to my original notes that I kept for the demo of Homicipher, and I found out that I named Tony. We chose Tony. My name for him was Georgie. Oh, why, thank you. Hi, Matthew. And Hunger Coon was instead Danger Boy. I named him Danger Boy, and gosh, I wasn't wrong. But everything else was the same. We had Grudge Coon and Louie and Cirrus at home. Was that everyone? There was another. Oh, and Karakasa-san. But yeah. Oh, and between streams, Shanaria followed. Hello, I know you. Thank you. I think that was everything. No, he was not in the demo. He was not in the demo, no. Excellent, excellent. This is good, Matthew. The more people play this game, the more fan art there is. I've seen some really cute fan art so far. It's really, really good. Okay. I'm pretty sure that was everything. Any business? Let's say yes. Let's go with yes. Hugh Faceman, yeah. Previously on Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice, we are Phoenix Wright, the Ace Attorney, visiting scenic, lovely, extremely religious Kurain. We're visiting our good buddy, our old pal Maya Fey, who is finally finishing her ascetic training to become a spirit medium, except just don't tell anybody that she is a spirit medium and can summon spirits, because that's a big deal here and is restricted to the royal family. She's positively ancient in anime years. Right, and before she leaves the country, she was invited to participate in this great big annual ceremony that they do, and she was the first foreigner to ever be invited to participate in said ceremony. Oh boy, what an honor. Except, she and the high priest were supposed to go up into the inner sanctum on top of a mountain and stay there for 2 days. But after the first night, Maya came back down alone and told everybody the high priest is dead. And so naturally, since she was the only one there, or so we thought at the time, she must have been the killer. It was a self-report. And so we are on the case to defend her and prove her innocence. We did our investigation and honestly didn't find a whole lot the first day, but we went to court anyway, as we do. And went up against the unfairly gender prosecutor Nayuta Sadmadi. And we were able to prove that... I don't know. We don't know about Pearl. We haven't seen her yet this game. And there wasn't really any mention of it last game, but she did recharge our Magatama in the special DLC episode. So I imagine she still has some power then. And also, she's said to be, like, super powerful. Like, more powerful than Maya or anybody. Anywho. Yes, we're able to prove a couple of things. But most importantly, there was a third person on the mountain that evening who was an escaped prisoner from the jail on top of the mountain that we were on. We were like partially up the mountain, and this jail is on the very tippy top. Shaggy McBeard face. Yeah, but now she is, though. That's the whole point of this training, is that now she can do it all the time, A-okay. Like a champ. She says she can, and I'm willing to believe her. Excuse me. Where the fuck was I? Right, Shaggy McBeardface was on the mountain, and he had amnesia at first, but as we questioned him, he remembered that, why, yes, he was in fact an escaped prisoner, and the reason he was on the mountain is that the high priest was helping him escape from prison, because both of them are a part of this rebel insurgent group in the country called the... The Defiant Dragons. The Defiant Dragons. And they're looking to remove the monarchy in this country. And other things, I'm sure. I don't remember them off the top of my head. But the fact that the High Priest is an insurgent is a huge fucking deal. So we were able to prove that. We were able to prove that... We were able to prove that the priest was helping the prisoner escape by doing the whatever ritual. And so, right, also, there's been this rebel hunter...
Like one of my Japanese animes.
Like my Japanese animes, there's been this rebel hunter going around, capturing or maybe killing, members of the insurgent group. And they dress as Lady Kira, who is, by sheer coincidence, the same historical figure that Maya was dressing as for the ceremony, and Sadmari was able to convince everybody that because the Lady Kira rebel hunter, started showing up after Maya arrived in the country, and a number of other reasons, he was able to convince everyone that she was the rebel hunter. And so, despite our best efforts... I just hit my mic a little. I will hydrate in 1 second. Despite our best efforts, Maya was charged with the murder of the High Priest, and because of the Defense Culpability Act, we were charged as her accomplice for defending her in court. Real big win there for us. And so we are set to be executed, except... emergency meeting, a body has been found. There is another body in the plaza down the mountain from the inner sanctum that is linked to the murder of the high priest because the same murder weapon was used, allegedly. I know different. The game doesn't know that I know, but they're linked together, and so we are given a stay of execution until they can prove that Maya also did this other murder, so that she can be double executed. She can receive an even more horrific sentence in Super Hell, where she's definitely going because they said so. And details, detective. Details, details, details. That's not the point here. That's really tempting. That's really tempting. But no, I will resist. I just sat down. I'm not getting up and stretching. Oh, right! That's the important thing that I forgot. I forgot to talk about. Very important. So, like, actually important. As you may or may not know, Twitch has been pushing ads a whole lot lately. They've been pushing ads. And I'm wondering, because I don't do this for the money. I arguably should, but I don't. If I was doing this for the money, I would do what Twitch wants me to do and run 3 minutes of ads per hour. And that would net me a higher pay split percentage, and it would completely disable pre-roll ads. 3 minutes is a lot. Even if it's like stretched out, that's so many. That's so many. If I had it my way, I wouldn't have ads at all. Because I don't care. I wouldn't do pre-rolls, I wouldn't do manual ads. I would just fuck ads. I hate them. Hate. Bleh. Toy. But in the interest of partially, because the way they do it is for every 30 seconds of ads per hour that you run, you get 10 minutes of no pre-roll. They turn off the pre-roll ads for 10 minutes for every 30 seconds. I know. So, I was wondering what you all would think if during whenever I do my get up and stretch time, I run a minute-long ad that gets us 20 minutes of no pre-roll. I don't fully know why I would do this, I guess because pre-roll ads kind of, they like dissuade new people from coming in, you know? I guess that's the logic. Yeah, like that's what I was thinking, is that I'm also hi Jen, is that I might as well, because I'm already like getting up and not playing the video game. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay, good. I will try to remember to do this. Excellent. Yeah, yes, that. Yes. So, by running a minute of ads every hour, we get 20 whole minutes of not pre-rolls. Oh boy. And again, I could run more, but that's we'll see how we feel. We'll see how we feel. A minute feels good. A minute feels fine. Yeah. A minute feels fine. Okay. Good meeting, everybody. Okay. And now, video game. It occurs to me now that I didn't have to go back to this screen. I could have just muted the game. It's fine. I could have just done this and muted the video game. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Jen!
Achtung, baby.
Achtung! Thank you for 8 whole months. Thank you, thank you. Oh, right, and everything and everyone in this country has a stupid name. May 11th, 1:03 p.m., Temple Temple. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. Flashback to last time, I guess. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Oh! And Mittens, thank you for throwing a sub at Viz. My goodness, thank you. Nice. Court finds the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright. No. Mr. Wright! Albie, I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? I'm worried about that too. But right now, a body has been discovered. This dagger bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey. Oh, right, that too. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zealot, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. We don't have juries here, silly. 2 murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zealot's murder, it might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's gonna be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Oh, hi, Rafa. Sorry for humiliating you in court again. Isn't that your benevolence? Princess Rafa? Oh, it is you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murderer under the Defense Culpability Act. Ugh. See, she hasn't lost any of her charm. She's lashing out. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. Guess that answers my question. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! And then she died. All I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Your benevolence. Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. I'm not dead yet. I still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya innocent tomorrow. But why? 'Cause I'll die otherwise. Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want. I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate, like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I'd be free to do whatever I wanted, you know? Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head? Yes. I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed while I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priest's soul. Yes, of course, that is the only explanation. Not the point I was driving at, but whatever makes you feel better, doll. I was just trying to cheer her up, now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully our sacred hall of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see anything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. First, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not. I'm always glad to help. Unnecessary evidence unloaded onto Albie. Thanks, kid. May the Holy Mother's blessings be upon you. Now then. The scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Okay, so what are we down to? We have the newspaper, my badge, of course. Newspaper, autopsy report, photos of the crime, or the first crime scene. My statement saying the water in the spring was already red. Kyoto's warning. Right. From the right. Punisher, keychain. Anyway. Diagram of the inner sanctum. That's it, okay. Ollie, Maya, Emma. Maya's older than Emma. Oh, I hate that. This man wearing a horrifying rubber mask. Marifa. Gure Zealot. Uh-huh. And believe in me. Alright. I mean, whatever. We've examined around here before. Although, did we examine with her with us? I look a little haggard in my reflection. It's like the water showing me how I feel on the how I feel inside. It's not exact. Let me have it. Wait, what am I doing? I have to stay strong, especially for Maya. Time does, in fact, keep on slipping into the future. I'm not a Koreanist, but maybe if I prayed with all my might, the Holy Mother will help me. Who am I kidding? I have to figure out how to solve this case myself. Damn. can hear the monks' prayers all the way over here. Maybe the Holy Mother would answer mine if I slipped it in with theirs. Here goes. Please let me save Maya Fey. Okay. Alright, kid, let's go look at a dead body. I knew it. I knew it was that guy who was way too still. May 11th, Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. Yeah! To think someone would be killed here. Place devoted to prayer. Body outline and flowers? Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. Oh yeah, there's a new one over there. As the high priest disciple, Acolyte Zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this how? What do you think I'm doing here? Gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smart mouth. This is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Hi, Emma. It's nice to see you and hear your banging theme. Emma! It's that detective from your country again. It's the princess. You seem displeased that I'm here. Oh, no, don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. If I had just done mine. Mr. Wright? But it's no use crying over spilled milk. God damn! Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly, I'll help in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence. What does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know... It says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key to... That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I have ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Brand new flag! So these flowers were left here in memory of Acolyte Zealot? What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Namanda! Hi, Jeb! Acolyte Zealot died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that that would have been very difficult, considering the position he was in. To think I would witness a lawyer being allowed to pass through this sacred gate. Yeah, well, I wouldn't unless I had to. Those stairs were brutal to climb. What's this? Do you even know how many monks would give their lives to pass through that gate? Be thankful for the great honor you have been afforded. Yes, your benevolence. Polype said these are called prayer flags. And the prayers written on them are carried throughout the kingdom by the wind. Now, if I were to pray for something, it would be for me to not get dragged into any more trouble than I already have been. Too late for that. Way too late. Acolyte Zealot was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. Strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze. Or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. I don't know about that one. It will make it harder to determine time of death, though. Hi, Emma! Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Praise a lot. Praise a lot. Good. And it's also Zealot. Excellent. He prays a lot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the Wright wrapped up. So during the high priest murder trial. That's right. Apparently, he had been here praying since the day before the rite even started. The high priest is named Trust in Me. And his wife's name is Believe. Believe in me. Yeah. You mean he's been dead since the day before the rite started? Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. Oh, That dagger in his upper back looks like it would have been particularly painful. That's a fun tattoo. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach-shaped? Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done. The victim remained bent over in prayer. And then when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead, right? Fine photo. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. It's a lost autopsy report. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? I want to know. Well, Barbed Head, out with it. I'm not the scientist here. Oh, so the Princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? I have no interest in science, forensic or otherwise. Oh. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folk believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor Sadmati holds forensics in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Yeah, he dragged Emma all the way here from another country. Under the pretense of giving her a job, I guess. Still, I suppose it is nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay, there are many ways to estimate the time of death. The most well-known method uses the change in body temperature. Interesting. Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. Please tell me you've accounted for the fact that it's really fucking cold here, Emma. Please tell me you're smart enough to do that. Please? Please. Please, I beg of you. I beseech you, please tell me you're smart enough to recognize that it's really fucking cold here and temperature isn't the best choice. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head, present your forehead now. What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not. It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people here at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. They all had their faces to the floor. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Alright, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone would have noticed something. I thought so too, but with the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Sadly, yes. Could you tell me about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbad dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. With such irrefutable evidence, there is no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. The police believe Maya is the Lady Kira figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was the disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel and therefore met the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view the crime. There's no way Maya's that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Of course not. I never do. And yet. Emma, I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. I have to keep ace investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sedmati for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck. Bye, Emma. I love you. I should really pay a visit to everyone and every place connected with this case. Oh boy. Okay, guess not here. Hello, ma'am. May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh, it's you. Barbed Head! You are not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Believe, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zalat, who was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inme. That probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about poor Puree? Well, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. Details. First, my dear husband, and now Puree. Mrs. Inme, you don't really believe that Maya's the killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case, but the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How can you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya's innocent. That is all I have right now, my faith in her. So please, help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on faith? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused? That's right. All right then. Your faith has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Believe? Oh god. My lovely wife is also a devoted follower of Koreanism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's faith. But if I find that you have lied about your faith in Maya Fey's innocence, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Wait. All your disciples. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that was quick. I think I already showed you my badge. Hang on. Can I look around your house again? Pictures of the Queen and her husband, the Justice Minister of Kurain. Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air? Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use. Well, yes, they are very awe-inspiring. Boom. What a magnificent altar. Of course it is magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother, after all. Wait, hang on. Let me make sure. Next skip is off. Okay, so we've already seen this. Barbed, it appears you were quite fond of rummaging through the garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here. Oh, is that right? Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. A photo of the High Priest, his wife, Acolyte Zalat, and Maya. Since Maya's in it, it must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Mrs. Inme about it. And also, you traded your Steel Samurai watch to her. Family photo added to court record. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no-good Maya Fey has some nerve. I mean, here she is posing with the two men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as proof that she didn't kill them. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. Proof Maya's smile is the real deal. It might have been Santa Claus. We don't know that it's not Santa Claus. Okay. How did Acolyte Zalad end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at a spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across Puree collapsed on the ground. That's when he brought him here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, dear? And he'd been living here ever since. About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Kurain. And when the rebel killing started. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him in as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family, too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zalot lived, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Already searched here, but it never hurts to take another look around. Okay, well. Ba-da-boom. Maybe I present the photo? I don't present the photo. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessings, the day before the rite was held. Feast of Blessings. Would you mind telling me a little more about it? This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. Santa Claus is killing again. Feast of Blessings? Yes, it is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, we enjoyed dishes full of Jinky Ginkil, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You loved the ginkgo-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear? Ginkil? Ginkil? I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite. And only between noon and 3 p.m. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? A very good guess indeed. It is to ensure the smell is gone by the time Lady Kira is welcomed the next day. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the Moida, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessings, Rene went over to the plaza to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Puree left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. Fine. So Acolyte Zalot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had iced over. But I always prayed a lot. Far more than anyone I have ever known. Alright, just really drive it home, huh? Mr. Prays a lot. Just really drive that nail in. Make sure. Really make sure. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kinda intimidating to me. I thought I'd have made some progress by now. I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed. Mrs. Inmee, is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer... Barbed head? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it is about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Can I say hi to Maya? Hi, Maya. May 11th Detention Center. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today. I'm sorry too, Nick. I never meant to get caught up in this whole mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too. And you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do. I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull off a win somehow. It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just... Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down, you'll see. Okay. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you to a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then, perhaps, the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Wait. Was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head, further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then, perhaps, your sentence will be commuted and... Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that? Maya really just said, girl, why are you like this? Maya, what are you? What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls. Nick here is risking his life to defend me. And that is why I told you it will come to— No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to do. He's defending his client no matter what. Enough! There is no place for lawyers in the Hall of Justice. Spiritofjustice.jpg. This is it right here. There's no room for lawyers in this courtroom. We don't need them. For we have the divination seance. But your insights were wrong. Oh boy, that's gotta hurt. Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victims' souls or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error? Ooh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this! You know nothing, you phony baloney! Please, you two, enough already. And stop swearing, my goodness. Sorry, Nick. I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh? No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so? You will not get away with this. I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdom is heaped upon you. I can see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Kids these days. Let me ask you about this picture. We took that picture during the Feast of Blessings, before all these unthinkably tragic things happened. Unthinkable? I doubt that. You were surely plotting your murderous rampage at the time. I was thinking of nothing of the sort, especially not during that meal. The smell of gingle was so strong I couldn't think of anything else. Yes, well, it is a rather intense aroma. Wow, do I even want to know how strong of a smell gingle gives off up close? I'm just gonna call it gingle. Gingle. Could you try to remember what happened one more time? I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the ride onward. Oh right, you suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank. Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a mysterious female vigilante out there. Right. Were you close to acolytes a lot? We met several times during the meetings about the Wright, but I didn't know him very well. You seemed pretty quiet. Didn't you eat together the day before the Wright? Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I'd like it, but it was love at first bite. Like, you know the salty noodles at El Dune's Noodles? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time. Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point. Now I miss ramen too. So what was Acolyte Zalot like while you were eating? He seemed to be enjoying the food. But as soon as we were done, he left to go pray. And what did you do? Oh, I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite. That coincides with Mrs. Inme's description of events. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira? When the rite started, it was just me and Abbot Inme. But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira. Hey, that's the thing that I know that the game doesn't think I know yet, is that was the statue, and he was killed when he was pushed onto the statue. I know. Lady Kira. I wish I could have seen her in the flesh. Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum. Ah, but what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper. That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings. That's from the Plumed Punisher TV show, right? How'd you know? Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have wings. Oh, I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plumed Punisher bases here in Kurain? Can we please stop talking about the Plumed Punisher show for a sec, Maya? I guess so. Keeping it real is much harder than it looks. Well, I should get going now. Sorry I wasn't any help. Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the charges tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at El Dunes, or your favorite burger joint. You pick! Burger mention. Sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large Hamburg steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds. You can have whatever you like. First, I have to beat the charges. Ah, I almost forgot. What? I have a favor to ask. Oh, her beeps got way quieter. Okay, but why are we whispering? That's a cute detail. The voice beeps got quiet. That's fun. I forgot I left something at the High Priest's house. It's super important. Would you mind getting and holding on to it for me? Sure. So what's this super important thing? In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performs the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck would break loose. Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that. In fact, just forget I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret. The Tome of Secrets contains... secrets? Imagine that. What are you two whispering about? Oh, nothing. It's just she forgot something, so I told her I'd go get it. You are up to something. I just know it. Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you. Bye, Maya. See you at the execution. I mean trial. May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello? Anybody home? No answer. Mrs. Inmy's probably out right now. Well, I'll just get what I came for. I am watching you like a warbat, Barbed Head. You had better not steal anything. I would never do something like that. I'm just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it. I would if you'd stop interrupting me. Ah, here's Maya's bag. What is that strange patch on her bag? It's the Steel Samurai. He's the hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see. You look strikingly similar to the Plumed Punisher. They are similar, but Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see. How interesting. Rafa seems genuinely intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plumed Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plumed Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. This must be that Tome of Secrets that Maya was talking about. Tome of Secrets. Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Yeah, 1 second. Imsan. Oh, speaking this name is unforgivable. Oops. Sorry. My B. Imsan. Tome of Secrets. Oh, okay. She doesn't even wear shoes? My goodness. Oh, the name. Okay, it's Imsan. It's Imsan. Make sure you don't say it ever, okay? It's Imsan. Imsan, if you will. Hold on a second. The string around it is coming undone. Whoops! Oh. Ah! You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind! Relax, my hand just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets. Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out. Oh right, this book is related to Lady Kira, isn't it? Hi, R10. Your Benevolence, would you mind if I asked you some questions? This This is not something I would normally speak about to an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nanya? Nena? What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Very important? What's written inside? Yes, I see. Really? Is it all right to reveal that? Your benevolence? Patience. The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is a name really that important of a secret? To a Koreanist priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. Why? What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess's voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Oh, I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Koreanism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. The Queen has a secret art. It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess. Can she commune with Lady Kira? Koreanism spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the Queen. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Oh, you terrible gremlin child. Could you tell me about the secret art of the Queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry. Maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is the secret art of spirit channeling. But I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirits simply by learning of the technique. Third-rate is a bit harsh. I'd even settle for second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacled hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacled hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets a spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancient of spirits. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that's brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learned from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded, and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. Sure! Sure, why not? It is indeed. And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes, it is becoming quite a problem. Some have lost their way in life and look to Koreanism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven from their own lands. Dubious nature. Driven from their own land. Gasp and pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Can you channel spirits, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As of now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. But her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Don't be ridiculous. It is written all over your face. You impudent nincompoop. My goodness. The divination seance was once one of the important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is what my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That'd be a sight to see. Someday, I will be a powerful priestess and queen, just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. You shall see. It is time for the get up and stretch time, and the inauguration of this new thing that we're doing. Oh boy. Okay. I also went and got a snack because I was hungry. Hello, Spartacus. Hey, thanks. No, I did not. I did not bring enough for the class. I got a plain untoasted bagel. Because I'm a heathen, I guess. You shall see. It will not be long before I, too, master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Kurain. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to. Looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the Queen is a spirit medium, are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? Ah, I guess she saw that one coming. Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the rite, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Kurain would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate. Another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there, after him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? What? That escaped prisoner has surfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? Shaggy McBeardface? You mean that guy with the bushy beard? There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect. He might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait! May 11th. Kurain Bazaar. Oh, my aching back. I forgot how badly I'd injured it. Ow, 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 ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise more when I get back home. Oh, Mr. Wright. Oh, hey, kid. Hey, Albie. That's our ball. Have you seen... Ow, ow, ow. Are you all right, sir? 1 second. Have you seen an escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area through that oh, hey, there's a mysteriously open manhole in the background. He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head. I told you to wait. It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Arball could be lurking nearby. What sort of princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? Maybe in that conspicuously open manhole. Hang on, let me look at these again. Never mind. I was thinking maybe they would say something about the gingle or whatever. But hey, look, a mysteriously open manhole. Oh yeah, it was Anonymous TBD. That manhole cover, it's open. That's very unsafe. Whoa, what is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out someone or something in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Arball if he had something with the rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I've got something with Mr. Arball scent on it. Something he might have touched. Here, Shadow, how about this? I hope it works. I think he's picked up a scent. Go, puppy, go! You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? It's already too late. By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy! Good puppy. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait! Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. Commute. I'm doing this to prove Maya's innocent. But how can you be so sure of the accused innocence? I just am. She has already been found guilty. I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Puppy. Be careful. I won't. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Oh dear. Ah. Ooh, ow, ow, ow. What happened? I went down into the manhole then. Oh, you finally came too. Ah! I'd remember that face anywhere. Oh, he shaved. Good for him. And that dragon symbol on his armband. That's the mark of the rebels. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's a rebel. Yikes! Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? That... Oh, I thought he was gonna kill me. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. You know there's trace amounts of cyanide in apple seeds, right? Okay. What is this place? This is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk! But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office. What else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Ryan's public enemy number one is an ex-lawyer? Didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. Tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice, then slip out of Kurain. Oh, you're a dead man. Wait a second. You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will ya? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyer Man, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Tardust Inmi and his acolyte Perezalot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if it'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so... I wonder how true that really is. Is that spider close or just giant? Alright, well... This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Well, aren't they just precious? Huh. Wow, this was taken about 20 years ago. Those are Dirk's sons? Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look so evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yudi. Oh, but you know him as Prosecutor Sudmati. Prosecutor Sudmati is Dirk's son? That he is. Yudi was once a rebel too. He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Then why'd he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yudi decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I'd have never guessed it looking at him now. I can say that again. Dirk is battling to change Khura'in's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yudi was taking up the mantle to carry on that will too. We were sure he'd help overthrow Garan one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been beside himself. So he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. And hey, what about the other one? What about the other child in the photo? That's Dirk's adopted son, but he's gone back overseas. Oh, I see. His name's Apollo. Yeah. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet. It really is Apollo. Oh, I didn't even see the bracelet. How about that? He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. Yeah, that's him, all right. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Arbal's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Shut! God! I hate this game. I hate this fucking game. Eat my fucking bagel. Apollo, I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready, why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. Never lost that loud voice, though. God damn. Is this? Here's one that's really old. Okay, never mind. I've made a grave error. Prosecutor Samadi, when he was younger, I used to call him Yudi. Thought he'd carry on the will of the dragon and become a fine lawyer, but the other child is Dirk's adopted son, gone back overseas, name's Apollo. That name and that bracelet. Yep, that has to be our Apollo. He was a rascal, that one. Yeah, I'm sure he's fine. Hate it here. You guys get electricity? Yeah, but the power goes out occasionally. That's pretty inconvenient. You're telling me. Sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? Forget I asked. I'm afraid of what I might find. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm, as if this was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Arabal. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Guys as big and strong as me got even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Ah! Sorry if I offended you. But first, let's start with an appetizer. Where's he getting all those apples from? Want to join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards, too? Thanks, but I already ate. Is this a law book? A dragon mark's been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? Leader of the rebels. That Dirk. That's right, and that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. You must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. You practically wore out the entire section. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of a sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when this was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but it was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can put his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. Is that coat yours, Mr. Rebel? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Want to try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course. Bet it would look great on you. Well then, don't mind if I do. Ah! It smells all moldy. Ah, 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 I can't believe you fell for it. Ah, ah, ah. Well, that's very silly. That thing's been hanging there forever. Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. There's a knife driven deep in a photo of the queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. Better remember to stay on their good side. Incense and white flowers. Flowers are still fresh. They must have been put here maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Arabal? Something wrong with flowers? No. It's just a traditional thing here in Kurain. Pay it no mind. I'm paying it mind. Alright, 1 second. Paused. I paused. There's a ladder leading underground. You must have brought me in through there. There's no reason for me to leave yet. I should see what else Mr. Arabal has to say. What are these hanging here? Lizards? If so, they're pretty big. Those are sewer lizards. We call them that because they live in the sewer. And they're lizards. They grow bigger than your average lizard, would make some fine eating. Wait, you eat these? What else would you do with them? Here, try one. No, I'm good. Pass. I'll definitely pass. You're missing out on a fine treat, my man. Somehow I think I'll live without it. That's everything. First of all, I'm a lawyer. Look at my badge. No, 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 it's mine. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest's murder. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with this murder, I meant it. Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already dawn. I must have been out cold the whole time. So you didn't see the crime happen at all. You got that right. Then why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that. Since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I'd seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lie has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of the crime but weren't involved in it. Got it. So Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law, and as mighty as a dragon. He could strike terror into a prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminals to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He'd fight for the accused no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yep, that would be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. You didn't give up no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not unlike Dirk, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait. I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot. What are you rebels trying to do? And why were you at the inner sanctum in the first place? Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. That high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. You should have tried hightailing it out of Kurain like I'm doing. Oh boy. Ah, Cyclops. Mr. Arabal is hiding something, but I won't know exactly until I can undo those locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Arabal? Oh, I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I'll just have to use my Magatum on him then. Skip it back! That's his plan. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the inner sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer's still the same. I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such things about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope, I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Goran regime. Hang on, do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the High Priest's death really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. Well, bam!
Take that!
I I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Kurain. The High Priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well? Yeehaw! Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Kurainese way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that you're mourning his death? You're reading into this too much. I told you, I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And how exactly do you plan on proving that? This piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels.
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? They brought this food for you at your request. So you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Ah! Are you ready to tell me the truth now? Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub. But I was just taking advantage of him, that's all. What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. So I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I was gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. The white-hot flames of revolutions definitely still burn on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burn on inside of you. Hang on, I didn't read this. Name of her eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed justice. Am I overthinking this?
Take that!
Oh, Dirk's law book. I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. It is Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon. Yeah? So what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tied around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. I forgot to take it off, that's all. No, as a wanted man, that should have been the first thing you took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Woo-ha! Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. My badge! When a person's back is against a wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? No, I wouldn't. No? No, because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you, too. Are we an insurgent now? I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the royals. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said. I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. Yeah. In other words, you were testing me. You're a foreigner and a lawyer who's been charged with abetting a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers get pardoned, after weeping at the feet of the Queen. Well, I'm going to keep fighting till the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted you. But what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. A secret hideout? Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. The town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. What is this? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key. Yep, plus the hideout's in a totally unexpected location. Yep. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. Orb. I know exactly where this goes. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks! Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, fighting the powers that be. Yeah, we're definitely a rebel now. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Mai suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Beats me, but whoever she is, she bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops. She's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk, framing you for crimes. Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdom likes to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Because of that, the authorities can't arrest you just for sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is... Yep, she's just some lick-spittle working for the Godon regime. Wow! Is that a surprise? So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, and clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels. Exactly! The Godon regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think! Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Ugh, I know the feeling. If I bring this up in court, they'll probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Our goal? To get rid of that evil no-good Defense Culpability Act. I can tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only ones heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? The assassination of Queen Amara. That's where it all began. And before I was even born. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line? Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling ya. What? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought a lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. A mechanic killed the president. I guess all mechanics are assholes now. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Wright. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance. They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act. You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutors used to hotly contest the insights that came out of seances. You mean like what I've been doing? Right! It's like Dirk used to say. The royal priestess's insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yep, the insights became the only truth, and arguing against them was banned. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against. Yep, all we want is to live in a kingdom with fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Overthrow the current regime. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the Defiant Dragons. That's a rebel! You're not gonna do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that. See you when I see ya. Alley-oop? You just jumped and then vanished. Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Well, I guess we're friends now. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. May 11th. Kurain Bazaar. Ooh, finally got out of there. Mr. Wright! I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Oh, Bobby. Shadow, what happened to him anyway? He came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Sorry he wasn't much help. You were so helpful, Shadow. When the queen hits your friend, put forward charge to the end, that's a rebel. Well, did you find anything of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. Must have been out cold for a while. Better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Arabal was talking about. I should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. Oh, I know exactly where it is. That weird thing that they made me examine before I could leave. May 11th, Inner Sanctum. Barbed Head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I'd look around again, you know, in case I missed something. Probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stone unturned. Hmm? Oh, yes. You cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue is written all over your face. It's a statue of a bird. Hey, this eye's missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape, I wonder. My badge!
Take that!
Take that, statue! I knew it. What? She must be at a loss for words. That doesn't happen too often. Hey, you stay here. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, Barbed Head. I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. If I'm shocked there's a secret door here, I imagine that goes double for Rafa. A rebel hideout in the inner sanctum? Someone will pay for this. Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police. Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battles. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thanks. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeeds on your part. I will be watching you like a warbat from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. Better hurry before she changes her mind. No, don't worry about it, Artan. May 11th, secret hideout. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. She's far away. That makes sense. The rebels must have converted it into a secret hideout. What about that warbat revolving door? That's why he was going for the... Oh. Wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect this sacred space. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their schemes in this most sacred place! It is desecration upon Cryanism itself! The defiant dragon shall pay for this! I suppose it's only natural that she'd be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission! Rafa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it'll go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything? Literally built into the inner sanctum. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed Head, just because it is hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things! I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Sheesh. Oh boy. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that. I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in here. This is an exception. Now hand it over. Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother! I misread the title. What? What does it say? It's an order intended for that rebel named Dats. It reads, after the Wright infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume, and search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Dirk! 23 years ago? It must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. Assassination? I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do! I must warn my mother at once! No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbot Inme is no longer able to aid the rebels. I knew that! Is there anything else you would like me to read, Barbed Head? Oh, let's see. How about this note? Let me see that. Chrono, Zabas, Barbar, Yak, and Rue. Wait, this looks familiar. What is it? Some kind of Koreanist spell? No, it's a recipe for Koreanese curry. I guess the rebels enjoy a home-cooked meal just like everyone else. There's my achievement. Yay! We can move on. A large stone slab, shaped like a makatama. Looks rather unstable. I bet it'd tip over in an earthquake. What's that earthy, grass-like smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone! Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Looks like some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. I wonder why that is. One quick touch can't hurt, right? Whoa! Slab's starting to wobble. What is happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing. All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not to touch it again. Aww. So this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum spring. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira uses this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It's also not red like the water in the spring. Someone was killed in here. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a plumed Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the plumed Punisher theme song every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa's definitely a huge fan. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right. Plume Punisher's theme song. Oh. Yes, now I see. I've checked my posture. The insurgents who use this room must be Plumed Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. And they have a calendar. There's a Plumed Punisher calendar here. Ah, now I understand. The villains in the Plumed Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amid such a sacred space? Barbed Head, you must burn it at once! Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? This is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange customs of this kingdom are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Weapons! Lots of them, too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used! Excellent work, Barbed Head! Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happens, I hope it's bloodless. Then everything. Oh, no, it sure isn't. The statue door rotates when you pull this chain. I see! Then you must shut the door and destroy its mechanism! That will deprive the insurgents of access to this place! But wouldn't that trap me in here? Not to worry, I would come to visit you once a year. She's actually serious. Yeah, I saw that. What's this? A blood stain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive. Police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for times like these. Yay! Emma the hero. Emma! Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. So it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped up. Might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. First, let me put these red-tinted glasses on to see the luminols glow. Then I just press A wherever I want. Oh boy! Oh, we have this over here. Okay, never mind, fuck me. Blood isn't blood. Oh. Fuck off. This is a huge blood stain. Something big must have happened here. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed in there from under the warband statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here. But it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take a picture for now. Gee? Oh right, luminol reactions don't show up in photos. I'll just have to take some notes. That should do it! I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because the warband revolving door passed over it? Updated photo. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Oh! Nice, I got an achievement. Performed every forensic something in all 3 games. Nice. Well, I think that covers about everything here. Hi, Emma! Oh my god, Emma, I just did some luminol testing. You should be... Are you proud of me? Mr. Wright, you shouldn't have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Your benevolence can attest to that. It is your fault for being so slow. I expect the police to work faster and more efficiently. Sorry. Well, Barnhead, have you not already seen enough? I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and go over everything I've learned. I just wanna see the open door. I would have guessed a rebel hideout would be at the back of the inner sanctum. Then again, the sanctum's not open to the public. What better place to hide away from prying eyes? Yeah. Alright, so, yeah, I know. Here's what happened. The High Priest was trying to go and open this door to get into the secret hideout. I don't know why, but he was. But instead of that happening, he fell and/or was pushed and was stabbed by the statue. And the water was red when they arrived because the disciple was murdered inside, and then his body was planted outside, like he was praying. Really, really hard, as he is known to do. How or why any of these things happened, that's the mystery of it all. May 11th, Tempool Temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How'd it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way! I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeeds during your investigation. After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother? Are you saying she was wrong? No, that cannot be. You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. What is it? Oh, I see. Prosecutor Sadmati has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. So they get a head start. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, Your Benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Goodbye, small child. Actually, that's the get up and stretch time. Give me one sec. I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow, especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? I'm waiting until the chapter ends so it can be a more natural transition. Alright, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger, and Maya's fingerprints were found on it. That doesn't sound very good. I know, it's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the High Priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Kurain. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel-hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albie, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Lady Kira really is one of Minister Inca's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. I almost forgot. There was a bloodstain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm headed into court without any useful evidence. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. I thought the flashback would be longer. Really? I never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure out sometimes, sir. Divination seances worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Kurain find it strange. Mr. Wright, I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks. I can't afford to lose this next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot of pulling off a win. Rafa's insights will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. There we go. I don't know why it had to load in the to be continued, but sure. Excellent. Now, we get up and stretch. I run an ad, I refill my water.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Exactly like my Japanese animes. It's not. Did it run an ad on its own? Can anyone confirm? Because it's not letting me run an ad now. There's a cooldown on it, apparently. And it's not letting me run an ad. Did it do it on its own? Hang on. Yeah. Hang on. Well, if it did run an ad, I'm very sorry. I did not mean for that to happen. I don't like that. I don't like that Twitch.television. I turned automatic ads off. Yeah, no, they're a small indie company. They need as much money as they can possibly get. It says pre-roll on minus 37 minutes, seconds? I don't... I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Well, I guess I won't run an ad right now. I'll just go and refill my water and get up and stretch, I guess. I guess. Okay. I'm going to test something really quick. In order to test that thing, I need to run a 1-minute ad. I'm very sorry. Okay. Okay, so... Hey, thanks. I don't know what the cooldown it was showing me was for, because it's now... It has a different cool... I hit the 1-minute ad button. Well, I guess the ad is still running, and that's what it's showing me. But it gave me the pre-roll off notification. It's disabled for the next 20 minutes. That's good. 21 minutes, but 20 minutes. Ten seconds remaining. Completed 1-minute ad. Okay, and then it stops me from running another ad for 7 minutes. So, it gave me this cooldown when I checked on it before leaving. But it didn't give me the pre-roll break. Well, when the next get up and stretch time rolls around, I'll have to examine that. Okay. If it's running ads automatically, then I'm calling this whole thing off, because fuck that. Fuck that. Oh. Jinx. Same brain. Okay. Okay. Let us continue with the video game. May 12th, 9:34 a.m., High Court of Kurain, Accused Lobby. Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her. Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I? It doesn't matter. I'm on this case till the bitter end. I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help. You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plumed Punisher, right? You bet! Hey, kid. You look as if you did not sleep last night, Barbed Head. It is written all over your face. How can you expect to put up a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and raring to go. Guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Aoife doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you are still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Goodbye, small child. Guess it was just my imagination. Ready, Nick? Okay, Maya, let's head on in. May 12th, High Court of Kurain. Day 2 court is now in session. All rise. There he is. Mr. Gender. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayers this time, Prosecutor Sadmati. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene. Being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder, let us hasten this trial, so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. Could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Perezalot. Now then, Prosecutor Sadmati, your opening statement if you would. Certainly. The accused has now slain 2 of the most devout clergymen in Kurainism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Then what terrible fate awaits her? Yeah, me too, Mins. Balgilpokan hell. A realm of eternal agony. There she will suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Galoon of Polmoten. You're just making shit up now. You're just making shit up. Furthermore, enough! My blood runs cold at the mere thought of that such a terrible place exists. I was gonna ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Perezalot. He had been fucking name. I hate it here. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seemed like an earnest young man. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful, deep in prayer. The warbag dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the warbag dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. How do you do that? We have already Okay, update. The ad cooldown has ended. I could, in theory, run another ad right now. I'm not going to, but the button is green again. Update. Everybody keep that in mind. The time is 1:19-ish. Thank you. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself. No, I didn't do it!
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused Maya Fey is a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? I would love to. The accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. It's really not. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... well, once Her Benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sadmati? It is about the divination seance, which you have already seen. What's your game?
That's enough!
Your Benevolence? Stop right there, Prosecutor Sadmati. Sorry, I was doing the wrong voice. As you wish. Forgive me for overstepping my bounds. What was all that about? Barbed Head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees. I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Very well. The divination seance, if you please, Your Benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nina? I'm gonna say it different every time. I just am.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I could probably skip this cutscene. I should probably skip this cutscene. I'm not going to. I'm gonna give my voice a break and drink some water. I do wonder where the music comes from. Like, does she bring in a Bluetooth speaker with her? Does her, lady-in-waiting have, like, a boombox standing off to the side? Into the pool. Fighting lawyers by daylight. Wait. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence. What in the world? Ugh. I was unable to evoke any sort of response. That wasn't his real name, was it? That wasn't his real name. Because you need both. That wasn't his real name. Ooh. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. Come to think of it, flashback to 5 seconds ago. Yeah. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. It would appear her benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. I am not anything of the sort. The victim's spirit will not answer my call, but I know not why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rites without them. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt, with or without a divination seance. Ha 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 ha! You never failed to impress, Prosecutor Sudmati. This is bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence said she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on an accused's crimes. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, someone told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the visions through careful analysis, I can't fucking read tonight, apparently, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent. The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick? Shh! Maya, please, you're not helping. How dare you? The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you. Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-arguments without the seance? No, of course not. You saw right through me. I'll have to find a way to make the divination seance happen, or we're toast. We're cooked. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance, as Prosecutor Sudmati suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you. I will not forget this, barbed head. I'm trying to help you. This will not be the last you see of me. I was trying to help. Now then, I will proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well. If the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. I am, Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Skye, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends, after all, but you must let them go and move on. But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their souls the chance to burn away the taint of their sins in the infernal flames. I can't do this. No eating in the Sacred Hall of Justice. Miss Skye! Yes? Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out. Eventually. Right. Thanks, Miss Faye. How very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Taint your soul. Very well, Detective Skye. Please proceed. Okay, I can do this. Let me start with an overview of this case. The taint of their sins, R10. Is the taint of their sins. Taint is the word. Taint. Overview of the second Moida. The latest victim was Perez Alot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house for the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow, Beli Bin-Mi, has identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. It's unthinkable, Matthew. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in your testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I gonna do now? What is it, Maya? I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zalat, because it just might prove to be the key as to why the divination seance failed. Yeah, I got that. What are you getting at? Well, it's just a hunch. Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Boom, boom. It's probably...
Hold it!
What kind of person was Acolyte Zalat? According to the neighbors and others who knew him, he was a deeply devout youth. I, too, have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple. Furthermore,
Hold it!
2 years? Are you sure about that? We took statements from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborated our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Well, when I first came here, I saw Zalat praying under the High Priest's instruction. I see. The results of the police investigation seem to check out.
Hold it!
Was Mrs. Inme's positive ID the only way you verified the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the date in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public records we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the divination seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. You had the wrong address! The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name. The royal priestess uses a deceased's face and true name to summon their spirit. Why, yes, that is indeed true. Oh, you're still here. If he was using a forged ID and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Kuraim. An illegal immigrant. Come to think of it, Rafa mentioned something about immigrants yesterday. But if that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a divination seance this time. Ugh. I had always thought that Acolyte Zalat was Kurainese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Yes? This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name.
Hold it!
Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Kurain illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. There's also no evidence of him being a citizen of Kurain either. Oh boy, now what do we do? What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered? It's probably your only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. I mean... he has a tattoo on his neck. Can we track it down from that? I mean, look at this. Wait. I don't remember if that orb was there when we visited yesterday. You know, after receiving the key to the insurgent's lair. I don't remember if the orb was in the house when we investigated yesterday. I don't remember. This is technically the first objection of the night, but I'm not super confident about it. Objection?
Objection!
Yeah! Sorry, Detective Sky. But the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Kurainese native. And this crime scene photo proves it. Huh? It does. It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Kurainese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. It's the tattoo, right? I don't...
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are our favorite delicacy here in Kurain. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. No one asked. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. No one fucking asked. They're a blessing from the Holy Mother herself. Cool. Nick, I've suddenly got a craving for peaches. After the trial, Maya. Right now we have bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Oh. Namely the tattoo on the High Priest's brow. Oh my. What? This mark is only borne by members of the Kurainist clergy. He could have gotten it after he moved here?
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be. But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Kurainist clergy bear. Hey, you're right. Until about 20-some-odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. You know what? Thank you. Just this once, thank you. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary. If you seek information on the clergy, I have it all right here. Why? Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? There is just one, and his name... Fuck off! I hate it here! I hate it here. Name his real name. He became a monk 20 years ago. Then that must be the victim's real name, But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason. Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name. His real name, who? You're right. Your Majesty, now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. A lawyer who willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, Defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Are you gonna do the whole big cutscene dance again? Or can we... Why would a lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are a fool, Barbed Head, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess. Ooh! Because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my sacred insights as evidence. Are we doing the whole thing again?
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
They actually are. You know what? You're so right. You know what it is? They worked really hard on the animation for this little cutscene, and they really want to get their money's worth. Hey, you know what I've just remembered? The High Priest was wearing great big bells on his feet. How about that? Sing with me a song of darkness and fate. pride and fate. No conquest and fate. Damn it. I got it wrong twice. Third time's a charm. Sing with me a song of conquest and fate. The black pillar cracks beneath its weight. Uh-huh. Smelling the gingle. Bloomed Punisher theme. Huh. Alright. Oh my. It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Renee Zelot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all you could see was the ground. That wasn't the ground, Phoenix. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that establishes the accused's guilt. You did? A most surprising surprise attack! So tell us, Prosecutor Sudmati, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plumed Punisher theme song that the deceased heard. Please consider this item here. It was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation. Hey, that's my Plumed Punisher keychain! When you press the Magatama on the Plumed Punisher's belt, Okay, but it was the clock in the... It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This keychain is an extremely rare item, is it not, Miss Faye? You better not break it. There's only one of those in the whole wide world, my, honey. Maya, no! It is just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you. She sure seems to be enjoying this. Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It's time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. Oh, no reason, R10. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive evidence as evidence can get. Now, if there are no further objections...
Objection!
I have several. Slow down there, Your Majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Yes! Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that's never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know when you are beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama of the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Rafa's insight. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the theme to the Plumed Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. Later, Mittens. That is evidence, everything, the deceased experienced in his final moments. Our benevolence's insights have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceit sensations very carefully. Yeah, hang on one second. No, not that. Like that. Curves around to the left. Wrong button. Oh, that bar matches. Hmm. Hmm. This is a bit of a long shot.
Objection!
Nope. Okay. I thought I could present evidence to that, but no. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Don't... I don't know what they want from me.
Objection!
Wait, hang on, is it just this easy?
Objection!
Yes, it is, okay. I misunderstood when the smell was present, but that's okay. That's on me. Was it really the night of the rite? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the High Priest during the purification rite. The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says ginkle? Acolyte Zealot shouldn't have smelled any ginkle on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. This should explain it.
Take that!
The High Priest's wife, Belib and me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of gingle-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right. I had completely forgotten about that. During the feast, the unique smell of gingle pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite. I am not so easily fooled. Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite. Oh right, I taught her about that yesterday. Forgive me your benevolence, but the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Like how fucking cold it was! Well, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Updated autopsy report! Woo!
I'm just a mean brother from outer space and I'm paid.
Sandra, hello! Thank you for following, I appreciate it. Barbed head, you blinded me with science! Ba-da-da-dum. Boo-doo-boo-boo-boo. Sorry? Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible. Nick, changing the time of death is bound to cause some sort of an inconsistency. If I had something that showed what it was like on that day, it could really help. Yep. Gosh, this newspaper report is really coming in handy.
Objection!
The change in the date and time of the crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Ugh, you are making that irritating face again. Cease that at once. Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now let's focus on what's important, what the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats in the belfry, Barbed Head? There is nothing to see. The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the Wright, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you say? Do explain. This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. Take that! This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size, but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the Wright. What? But... the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it. The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Then where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where. Otherwise your argument is worthless. About that. I haven't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya? I already know the answer. Let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right? Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? Not at all. Where have I seen something green and shaggy? Yeah. This shows where the victim was killed. Well, bam! The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout. There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moments if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw. Right between those convenient handprints. Bam! The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitively declare they are one and the same. I concur. There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Is too. Indeed. What evidence do you have of this? I've already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at the second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the results of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof, positive, that someone had been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was the High Priest's blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. Blood tests are infamously fast and very easy to do. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belongs to Perez Elot, just like the defense claims. Yes! Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? When this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. Oh no! There I will deliver a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight. Oh no! I'm really sorry, but please anything but that. Nick, maybe, just maybe, this is the chance we've been waiting for. Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but go for it. It's full speed ahead. The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we've yet to identify. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead! Huh? And that's not all. But wait, there's more! If he was killed at the Inner Sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the Sanctum. This points how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. There's the weather, right? The weather?
Take that!
Okay. Rude. Okay. Is it this? Is it this? I don't entirely know what they're asking me.
Take that!
What? I am confusion. What are they asking me? Oh, okay. Well, hey, happy time change, everybody. What? I don't know what they're asking me. Am I insane? Points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. It could affect the estimated time of death. No one attempted to cover up the true time of death. Is it the scarf?
Take that!
What? I am so confused. Am I the only one who is confused? But... oh yeah, luminol. Test the blood. Okay. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. How the time of death was made to look later than it actually was, the proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. Did they bury him in the snow? Is that...
Take that!
Okay. I'm trying to figure out if this is a failing on my part or the game. I can't help but feel that could have been worded better. It feels like a non sequitur. It just doesn't... It could be both. Why not? Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum! I'd like you to focus on this one. The proof is right here in this photo. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed.
That's enough!
The time was mistaken, and the place too. And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent? What of her fingerprints on the dagger, and the plumed Punisher theme the victim heard? I can explain one of those! You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point. Wasn't this your big chance, Nick? I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song from being used as evidence against you. Actually, that might be possible, at least for one of them. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try. Nick, take a good look at the Rebel hideout photo. Oh, now you give me hints. I know this one! The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence, the plumed Punisher theme. The plumed Punisher theme? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the Rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's keychain. It wasn't the keychain, is this true? Yeah.
Take that!
Take that! This is a plumed Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off.
That's enough!
What proof do you have that the alarm went off? Because he heard it.
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's keychain that played the theme song? Do not twist the facts with your lawyerly wiles. Either way, the accused would still be guilty based off of her prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Oh. I will do no such thing. Oh yeah? It was the afternoon of the day before the Wright. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. I won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, Your Benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there to be an inconsistency. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. That's after the day before the Wright. I was there, the Punisher. Yeah. Let me... Okay. Just make that stop going, please. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. Gotcha. Afternoon, the day before the Wright. Yeah. Someone was there, Plume Punisher. Plunged her knife into the defenseless victim's neck. Objection?
Objection!
Nope. Okay. I know I shouldn't be looking at evidence because I can't present evidence right now and I need to just be looking for inconsistencies here, but like... None of his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. Correct. It was the afternoon of the day before the Wright. Sure. Someone was there and the theme to the Plumed Punisher filled the air. Whoops. Sure, why not? Accused plunged her knife into the defenseless victim's neck, and he'd fucking died. I can't tell if I'm being obtuse, if my brain no works so good right now, or if this is actually very tricky. Something I'm not seeing. So that's it. I'm just gonna... This isn't it.
Objection!
Yeah, no. Fine. I can't do it, Maya. Victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. What?
Objection!
The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer. Later, Viz, thanks for hanging out. But he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. I guess. I couldn't find the bit about... there was a statement about the victim held him down. But it was later on, and it was in a different insight. And I was trying to find that part, and then it wasn't there, obviously, but then... Okay. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zalot felt? Any thoughts, Maya? Not one, Nick! I agree that sensation of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zalot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there? Could it be related to the cause? Yeah, because he was trying to push it over. He was thinking that the slab was heavy. He was trying to push it over. I thought that was a given. Well, Mr. Wright, yeah, I have an answer. If I just envision, yeah. The cause of the heaviness the victim felt was... Well, now I'm not sure. Okay, good. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Huh? Oh! The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath. Oh! Okay, never mind. Yeah. Right! That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death. Rather, he was stabbed. Oh yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in after the slab had fallen on him? Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I'd love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after the slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There is enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something. If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that. Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Get your butterflies out of here. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Wait, wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the car? Oh my god, did he also get stabbed by the fucking statue? Did both of them die to this statue? Oh my god. Uh-huh. Oh my god. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This shows what really killed the victim. Yeah, the diagram. The thing that they just showed. Or maybe the photo? Yeah, they both just tripped over their shoelaces. Ignore the fact that neither of them are wearing shoes. The photo?
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden here with... This is what really took Pere Zealot's life. Praise a lot.
Take that!
But that is the Warbad statue? Exactly. The Warbad statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecile. Imbecilic fool. That statue is outside of the hideout. Oh, but it is you who is the fool, you foolish fool, fooling foolishly. How do you propose it impaled someone who was inside? It's Bean! Haven't you heard? The Warbad statue also functions as the hideout's door. What do you mean? It's Bean! The statue can pull a complete switcheroo! A switcheroo? To put it simply, it's a revolving door. Whee! A revolving door? Why, that makes perfect sense. Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination says to be this. Goodness. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling toward him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but its weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbad statue was right behind him. Wait. This cannot be! Oh, but it can.
That's enough!
But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger. She had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. How did no one bring this up earlier? Get mad. This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbad statue was what killed the victim. Nice. Now that we know how Acolyte Zalot really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my client committed this crime. Nice work, Nick. How can this be happening yet again? The divination seance is the only truth. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so that they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirits all this time? Yeah, maybe. It's extremely possible that you've sent a bunch of innocent people to their death. Isn't that so funny? Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the color has drained from your face. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. Well, I kind of feel bad for her. Now then, I would have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zalat was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbad dagger was thrust into him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? Oh, I don't know, to frame someone else, such as my client. I believe stabbing Acolyte Zalat's body with the blah 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 blah. Wait, hang on. It was just for funsies! Maybe this was a crime committed for fun. The killer is someone who loves watching people react to murder scenes. That explains why they placed the body where so many people would see it.
Objection!
But then why would the killer bother meddling with the estimated time of death? Oh, that's a good point. Sitting through your silly answers is no fun, but I do enjoy levying penalties afterwards. Yeah. Made a mystery. Nuh-uh. I was just joshing around. Yes. Melo is everywhere! It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right. The real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did? That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away. Shatura. Oh no, not again. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-ridden clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love. Your reasoning, much like your putrid, hole-ridden brain, has putrefied. How many times can you say putrid, or a form of it? Is this like Francisca and the word fool? You foolish fool fooling foolishly? What's his deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposes the truth as follows. Disguised as Lady Kira, the accused found the rebel hideout the day before the Wright. But Acolyte Zalat had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushed the stone slab toward him, and we know the rest. I've never been to the rebel hideout in my life! When the High Priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Samadi has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zolot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of, Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. That is why she moved the body to the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too. I thought I'd finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? You're having way too much fun with this, Your Honor. Groan of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegations against Maya. Is it not time to end your futile struggle? Speaking of futile struggles, I gotta go pee. I'll be back. Hello, I too am back. Yeah. We sat here in silence the whole time. You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the death that now awaits you, and in doing so, finally know peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, are not all lawyers who practice in Kurain? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense's reasoning had a putrid, cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body, on the verge of death. What happened to you, Yudi? Who hurt you? Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the Wright? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum? Only those involved with the Wright can enter the sanctum, so... Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the Wright had access to the sanctum and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Did somebody come to mind? Yeah, except there's one huge problem. A huge problem? What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor Sadmati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this, regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Pere Zealot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? Well, he doesn't exist anymore. I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot's murder is... Maya Fey! Prosecutor Sadmati! It's you!
Take that!
It had to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. And that would be... the High Priest. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the Rite.
Talk to them!
You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales. That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. What? Do I have something on my face? Hi. Hey, hi, Maya. Hi, how are you? Wait a second. Could this actually work? Oh no, don't tell me I have some of my breakfast caught between my teeth. What do they feed you in jail? No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I'll have to go with it. Your Majesty? Dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? And just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as... channeling. Summon him here by means of spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege! May the Holy Mother strike him down! Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a secret art that only Her Eminence Queen Garad could perform. About that. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... It's okay, Nick. You can tell them. But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Kurain. Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precepts, so I don't think we'll be punished. At least I hope not. But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Kurain. We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, it'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Kurain. Alright, thanks, Maya. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits.
Talk to them.
But even her benevolence, Princess Rafa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she, aside from the Queen? That would be me. Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner couldn't possibly have such power. Even the royal priestess is incapable of such a feat. Peace, peace, I say. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling? Well, yes. Yes, I can. Now, Your Majesty, we'd like your permission to begin.
That's enough!
Oh, I'm so sorry, my child. I'm so sorry, little small child. Your benevolence? This is an outrage! An outrage, I say! First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now spirit channeling. Benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately. Still your voices. Barbed head, spirit channeling is a most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? Yes, I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? I will judge whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your benevolence. What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure, as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. A what now? With it, I can send spirits back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. And very suspicious. I don't like that you have that. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sadmati? Perfectly, Your Benevolence. Very well then. The accused may channel the High Priest spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. I could have waited like 2 minutes to go piss. Damn it. Man. Well, don't I feel silly now? Oh well. Gotta have snackies. Orange slices. May 12th. High Court of Kurain. Accused. Lobby. Later, Matthew. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this? Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet. Oh, right. Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. So you sure you're ready? Yeah, at least I think so. You don't sound so confident. What about all your training? Training's one thing. Actually doing it is another. Oh, I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're as good as dead. Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This'll be a moment you never forget. Okay. I just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Once we hear Abedinmi's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light. I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt it'll be as cut and dried as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Okay, Maya. I'm counting on you. You got it. Here we go. Ignore the boobs. I'm the High Priest. Ah, Abedinmi, you're more well-endowed than I remember. May 12th, High Court of Kurain. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Now, if you will, Miss Fey, please proceed. Yes, Your Majesty. I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them! Put them to death right now! Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. I have been studying here in Kurain for 2 years now, so that one day I will be the master of Kurain, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first, I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom. Wow, she seems really confident. A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel a spirit. Okay, Your Benevolence. How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte? Very well. If you succeed. Oh, I will. Just you watch. Oh, spirit of Tarast in me. Oh gosh. Oh god. O spirit of Tarast in me, slumbering in the twilight realm, return now to the world of the living. What is this place? Oh my! No! This cannot be! Kuna. It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused's spiritual power is the real deal. Nice. Go, Maya! I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. Oh good, and take your demon Magatama with you. Abedinmi! Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this luxurious mane of hair? Oh my god. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? Abedinmi? My, but if it isn't His Majesty. Have you two shuffled off that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead. It is only you who has passed on. The spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why, Acolyte Faye has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments, I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother. However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste, if you would excuse me. Ah. Oh god. Oh, but, well, I hope she doesn't very suddenly transform back. That would be very, very bad. There, that is better. Could we get to his testimony now? And I wish he'd kept his top on. Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest. But you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? I have been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed. I hate this. Ah ha 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 ha! What's with that crazy pose? Is this really cause for such astonishment? Even the lowliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? I'd be happy to. Your disciple, Perde Zealot, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout hidden within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot? He has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you, Abbott and me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing! To think he had mastered such an advanced prayer pose! He's still worthy for veneration even if he is a rebel! Praise be to Holy Mother! Praise be to the Holy Mother! Oh my, have my rebel allegiances been exposed? Not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Kurainism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, Defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? Oh, right. Abbott and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both you and Acolyte Zealot to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the Wright. Being that as I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy, unlike the get up and stretch chime. It didn't automatically run an ad. This is good. Okay. What a time to stretch a chime. Oh, I also, I wanted to say real quick, the Homicipher VOD kind of blew up a little on YouTube. When I checked before stream, like earlier today, well, yesterday, when I last checked, it was at like 150 views, which I usually average around like 10. So, hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. So, yeah. Homicipher is a very good game. And I guess I helped a bit, but Homicipher is a very good game. More people should play it, because then there'll be more fan art. Anywho. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The High Priest says his memory is hazy. It is all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sadmati concluded. I was slain by none other than Maya Fey? The High Priest's statement has proven my assertions with regards to his murder correct. No. But what about Acolyte Zalat? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense had been hoping for is working against him. Now, Abbot and me, your testimony, if you please. Yes, of course. Alright, time to disprove a dead man. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the Wright, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zalat was murdered. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. Memory is cut off at the moment of death. Even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled. Oh yeah, okay. All of the memories it had in life. Okay. The High Priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would be the best angle of attack? Oh boy. Boom boom. Two things. One, let me just review things here. Starts at noon, must be finished by 3 p.m. the same day. List of blessings on the day before the ride. Alright.
Hold it!
You used the word alibi as if it were second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Kurain itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what an alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. There's plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please don't take it the wrong way. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you I know how to use the term. In fact, I had even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a high priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachments. Hi, Fang. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this.
Hold it!
Guests. And you were entertaining them personally. That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. Said his guest could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties! How are you doing that? I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. Sorry? He's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. Yeah, perfect. Excellent news. There's nothing better than enjoying cuisine with dear friends. That way, everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. Right. Yeah, okay. I figured. Objection?
Objection!
No. Okay, maybe the second statement. Maybe the third one, rather. The other one. I'll take the chance. Wait, no, hang on.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than His Majesty, along with his family. He couldn't attend the rite due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbott and me. Lady Inme's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was there from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Oh, okay, so that leaves the entire hour of noon and 1. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Kachu Demal. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. I guess that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Yeah, that's still 2 whole hours to go do a murder. Good thing I pressed.
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is... Okay, I probably shouldn't have. As sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my actions be admissible as evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time? Yeah. Yeah. How can you be so sure? Yeah. Yeah. Wait, what? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zolot? His Majesty's a witness? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in Abbot Inmi's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now hold on a second. Is there something, anything wrong with the High Priest's testimony? There is. There is a discrepancy in the High Priest's testimony? There is? Well, then perhaps you can explain what it might be. His testimony? He did know the time of the crime, which is awfully concerning. Yeah! I didn't even think about that. You knew exactly when he was murdered. After Abbot Inmi was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zolot was murdered. Now that you mention it. Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. That means you knew that Acolyte Zolot was dead when you were still alive. Oh god. I hated that. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. Hated that. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime had been committed? About that, I don't like this. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. What? We've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. All who serve her holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their soul. Open your heart. Let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. What is this? What are we doing? You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear.
Shut it up!
How does the butterfly... I feel like having its wings be connected in the back would be really bad, actually. How is this butterfly alive? How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Kurainist prayer. Don't do this. Huh? If you throw your anal beads at me again, I'm gonna be upset. Abbot Inmi was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. Oh. There was a microphone in there. Okay. Okay, I thought he was gonna pull some religious mumbo-jumbo that can't technically be disproven. But okay, this works. You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual even when I was not there. Remember, the rebels had been using this as a top-secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when I was searching the rebel hideout, there's a microphone back here. That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movement. We need those recordings. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then, bailiff? Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. The power of Kurainist prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. Ah, yes, the power of prayer. And a listening device. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I would ask Albot and me to continue with his testimony. Very well. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and woman quarreling. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by haunting silence. Uh-huh. I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She is. She's over there. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. You know what? That's fair. Though the High Priest was a rebel, he was still a Cryanist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare he suspect the High Priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind! As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. Oh boy. Boom boom. Uh-huh. Little safety save. I don't really need these safety saves, but I want them anyway.
Hold it!
Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I'd say that was the most reasonable conclusion under the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. Shut the fuck up. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and clam up. Alright, fuck you. Now I will continue my testimony if I may. Okay?
Hold it!
A loud noise. I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. He must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have him add that statement to his testimony? Yes, please. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. What exactly was it?
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Yes, the sound no doubt was poor Zealot's death knell. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. I ain't saying... Zushire Matami Yoma. Your mama. Had high hopes for that young man's future. Oh, mama. Why do I feel like such a jerk for just trying to do my job right now? All he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape. He was with His Majesty and his family at the time. Now that I've proven the soundness of my alibi, now time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? The point... Okay, so we're trying to prove that he knew that something fell over, that a heavy thing fell over. We're trying to... But what do I... Objection?
Objection!
No. I'll let you go and move on. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Objection!
Still no, huh? Okay. It's just. Okay.
Objection!
Okay, now. I know what you want from me, video game. Let me tell you.
Objection!
Okay, I guess I didn't press. Let's just try pressing on everything. Guaranteeing his majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed, my wife believed was treating them through wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there that day. Oh yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. Mm-hmm. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you see. That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. The judge never saw Mrs. Inmee.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day? Menu that day featured traditional Chinese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah yes, the exquisite zest of hot and surprise, and the supreme texture. Hot and spicy, and melt and mout. I hate it here. Lady Envy's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed your meal. The Magistrate and his family had left.
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording. Indeed. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of ascetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter for me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing cryonism improves your hearing. Hearing is but one of the senses and can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Why, the war bat over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. Okay, so that one doesn't get an extra thing. Okay. So I have 2 additional pieces of testimony. What do I do with them? When you're on tape, as Madstream's family at the time. I approve of the soundness of my alibi. Yeah, no. Stick around. Yeah, okay. So, reminds me... It was the day before the Wright. Blessings the day before the Wright. I don't know, man. You had this great big meal with your family and then you went and had another meal with a different family? I don't know, man. Okay, then I don't know what they want from me. I have no idea what they want from me.
Objection!
I think so.
Hold it!
Maybe we didn't press on this in this save. Find disciple. Say a prayer. Zushrei Matami Yo Mama. Mr. Wright, okay. Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot Enemy. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to see. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. Acolyte Faye must have already disposed of it and anything else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo. Yes, I would say that is how it appeared that day. The stone slab had been put back in place. Mr. Wright? Is it not time to concede defeat? No, wait, I just need a little more time. If you insist. Okay. Case 3, am I right? Uh-huh. Now?
Objection!
Abbot and me, you said, and I quote, "Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in this photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe he had experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealot, impaling him on the Warbad statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. Get back in there. Thank you. I definitely saw it that time. I've got the High Priest's spirits shaking in his boots, or should I say sandals.
Objection!
Need I remind you, Abbot Enmy was with His Majesty at the time of the crime. Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. That's true, so he can't be the killer. However, he knew how Zealot was killed. Something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because... he heard it from the real culprit? He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer? Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is this real killer? Good question. It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... oh boy, they're gonna love me for this. A grieving widow!
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inme at all, did you? No, I never saw her, but... what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? Oh, we were talking the entire time. And the food was brought right to the room's entryway. So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. but his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. Inme might have killed Acolyte Zealot. Everyone disliked that.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. It's incredibly based. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No, we can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times, just like old times. Or do you truly believe Lady Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot, though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inme killed her husband as well? As sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. You claim my wife is that rebel-hunting Lady Kira, and that she slew both Zealot and myself. My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. I have never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot Inme stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. Says who? That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot Inme, your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now you continue to lie in an effort to protect her. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle the rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. I forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my client doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. I have a horrible feeling. Why do I get the distinct impression that he's going to claim that Maya was channeling the spirit of Lady Kira? Oh my god, you're so right, it was the unborn baby. How could a weak young woman like her possibly? You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were as blessed as Lady Inme. Sir, are you trying to get Phoenix pregnant? Sir? What? Surely the accused possesses the strength, or should I say, the power. The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbot Inme. May I ask you to explain it to this putrid-brained lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! We're really not helping this place's rampant xenophobia. Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how Maya Fey is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Testify. Boom, boom. Maya Fey's Lady Kira. Acolyte Fey channeled Lady Kira's spirit. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or shall I say, dead proof of her terrible power. Maya's ability to channel spirits. It's come back to haunt her. But tis hilarious. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, Defense? No, never. I'll never give up. Now what? Think! How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? Boom, boom. Shikadoo.
Hold it!
My client channeled Lady Kira. Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I'm here proves she has the power to channel spirits. But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do!
Hold it!
While it's true she may be capable of channeling Lady Kira, I doubt there's any proof she actually did. We are talking about the infamous rebel hunter here. That modern-day Lady Kira has captured many a rebel all by herself, and among them have been more than a few great warriors. Who but the real Lady Kira could have accomplished such a feat? It would be difficult for a mere mortal. That leaves the real Lady Kira of legend as the only likely answer. Yeah. Indeed. Is this not proof enough that the real Lady Kira of legend had been channeled? The real Lady Kira of legend. That's an oxymoron if I ever heard one. That's a good point. Then again, the people of Crane believe legends to be true.
Hold it!
Lady Kira is an actual person. Do you really believe there ever was a woman that powerful? One capable of battling rebels much bigger and stronger than herself? There is no way to prove that. But to doubt the existence of Lady Kira is to doubt Kurainism itself. It is not for us to question. We must simply believe. Yeah, how dare you doubt our legends? You'll regret saying that, you put on. Lady Kira's gonna strike you down. I won't get anywhere until I can refute their claims with some evidence.
Holding!
A strength far beyond any mortal woman, and just how strong would that be? You need but look at the wound she inflicted upon my body. Though I had hoped to never have to think about that again. Your wound. It was pretty deep, and there was a tremendous amount of blood. And while Acolyte Zalot was rather small in stature, he was strong. Nevertheless, he was no match for the sheer strength of Lady Kira. Aya's spirit channeling is proof that she's Lady Kira. This is not good. I have to prove she didn't channel the original Lady Kira. Okay. This was the one where Phoenix was like, I need to show them some evidence. Oh!
Objection!
Objection! The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performs the purification rite. Is this your proof that my client could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed! For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, a secret only revealed within. Apple in me. I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? I would love to explain. This is why my client could have channeled Lady Kira. Oh!
Take that!
Have to know their face. Lady Kira's face is hidden behind a mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. It can't be! Without a face, it would have been impossible for my client to channel Lady Kira. Oh my! Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my client had no motive to commit murder. But then, where's the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? I don't fucking know. Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? That's not my fucking job. That's not the case we're here for. Let us hear the defense's brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. Indy was sus, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. And Mr. Otterball is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something, but you can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You do? Are you sure about that? Yes, completely. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. I mean, I have an idea. It doesn't make a ton of sense. But, you know. Take that.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Zealot! What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace, I say peace! The defense will continue. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left.
Objection!
Very good at whittling. But a process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim. Yeah, of course I do. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Indy or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zilot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zilot was posing as Lady Kira is,
Take that!
Oops. Listen, it says the final cross-examination, and I'm tired and hungry and would like to finish this case. My badge. Oh!
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zilot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd. What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Sadmati, you stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave was that the High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zilot could have delivered the warning any time he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. It's super possible, though. Hey, what's with your eye? I'm concerned. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. Sure does. This trial has proceeded on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer, and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmi, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmi is a rebel? What? Fiend, you're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. And after all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zilot. And the plumed Punisher theme that he heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady Inmi a rebel, and did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zilot? Or was Acolyte Zilot a rebel and was the accused Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes, but what of it? So that's it. I know what happened. I know what happened. He's about to say, oh, that alarm clock doesn't work or whatever. It doesn't matter, because what he heard was not the plumed Punisher theme, but the very similar Silver Samurai theme that played from the watch that she was wearing. Boom, baby. What's gotten into him? It is clocks all the way down. It's always a clock. But in me, just what is so comical? Forgive my outburst. That has simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The theme song came from the plumed Punisher clock, you say? That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? That's a decent point. Wait, you don't mean... Indeed! We leave the alarm switched off at all times! No! In that case, I am sad to say that the defense's claim does not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now. This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accused's keychain, just as we suspected. Therefore, the accused is the rebel-hunting Lady Kira and the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. That plumed Punisher theme song Acolyte Zalot heard in his final moments. I, too, heard it by way of the listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came up before Abbott in Me was channeled. Alright, well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is, in fact, switched off. Come to think of it. What a fine item! We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are echoed in my mind. They went... Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. This trial has gone on far too long. Shall we move ahead to the verdict phase now? After the get up and stretch time? Okay. By all means, let us also return Abbot Enemy's spirit to the Twilight Realm. Hey, thanks. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest's statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still you writhe in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul writhing in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. Inconsistent with that statement about the Tygo drum info. This is a safety save. Take that!
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with that statement. My client's plumed Punisher keychain. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plumed Punisher theme song. And here it is! The theme to the Plumed Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm! Such high sound quality out of such a tiny little speaker. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plumed Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I'm not following you. What was it if not the Plumed Punisher theme? In his final moments, Acolyte Zealot heard... Steel Samurai theme. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plumed Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zealot actually heard in his final moments was... the theme of the Steel Samurai Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace, 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 I say. Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo, is an action hero show from America. The Plumed Punisher theme is is very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zealot heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Au contraire. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plumed Punisher fan here in Kurain. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plumed Punisher keychain. And this avid Plumed was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot. Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife, Believe in Me.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back up this claim, Mr. Wright? Sure do. For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. Oh, it's so based, bitch. It's so based. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Her Holiness's wrath. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Oh, I already know. Very well then, please present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proves Mrs. Indy was the one who killed Acolyte Zealot is this!
Take that!
It's right here in this family photo. Proof that Mrs. Inmy and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite characters.
Objection!
A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? Come on, man. Proof they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters is right fucking here. This giant face on her wrist. Look at Mrs. Inmy's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai's trademark top knot right there. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. And the fact that it's literally a Steel Samurai. Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abbott and me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher keychain and Mrs. Inmee had the samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Mrs. Inmee was wearing. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. My wife never had such a watch. She's literally wearing it. It's the truth I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. Are you gonna be cool, or are you gonna throw your anal beads at my arm? Be not deceived by the defense's lawyerly chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve other than anal beads? There is a big gaping hole in his flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there all right. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Yet. Says the dead lawyer walking. He who is narrow of vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the full picture. That's true, detective. Or, as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. Or if it is as you said, and Lady Inmee, the rebel, slew acolyte Zealot, the rebel-hunting Lady Kira, then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Ah, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel-hunting Lady Kira. How could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? No! I have an idea. It's a stupid idea, but I have one. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the holes that riddle your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspects in the high priest murder. You mindless zombie. You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. I just need to think things through and figure out who really killed the high priest. Is it Danganronpa time? Yay! Here comes the brain cell. Choo-choo! If Acolyte Zealot had been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So the question is, who did? Maybe I can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the events of this case in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? Testimony. Spring was stained red before the Wright. Oh right, Maya said the spring had been stained red before the Wright even began. The spring was already red before the high priest's murder because of Zealot's blood. Bam! The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood. That's right. Zealot had been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the Wright, and his blood had flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the high priest knew that Zealot had been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya had been the killer, he could have easily had her arrested on the spot. Why didn't the high priest inform the authorities right then? Keep the hideout hidden. He wanted to keep the hideout secret. That's true, detective. If he reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would find out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the Wright, the high priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. Why did he have to go through with the Wright? Let's see. Wait, no! Oh, wait, no. I guess that is right. That's fine. Use the Wright to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning on concealing the source of blood in the spring? stain the spring with his own blood. He concealed the source of blood with his own. That was how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was the High Priest. What a champion. Tarot's death was a suicide. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Huh. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. What? 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 What's this? The High Priest committed suicide. I have never heard anything more absurd.
Objection.
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's death with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life. But have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Oh. After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused, Maya Fey, could have done that. It is as Prosecutor Sadmani says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. Ugh. They're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body. If only he was killed by something other than the dagger. As I figured out almost immediately. But his body had been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the rite. What if the dagger was also already in him at that time? The dagger was never at the inner sanctum. He died by a different weapon. Of course, that's it. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the rite. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection.
But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. Au contraire, it's been staring us in the face the entire time, you beautiful fucking man. If you will not listen to reason, then I insist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? I've got nothing, but I know there had to have been a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Yeah, you know. Oh, would you, defense, care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? I would love to. This is what really killed the High Priest. Take that.
Take that!
Gender powerful enough to kill. What really killed him has been at the inner sanctum all this time. And its lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right. It was the Warbad statue. Oh shit! Oh fuck, he's dead again. You believe that statue claimed both victims' lives. Would you care to chime in, Abbott and me? No, he lies! Pay him no heed! Wyatt. Oh, hi. Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Believe, no! Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot and me, let your wife speak. Now, Lady and me, please continue if you would. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers, and the time Puree was slain. That sound, it's Steel Samurai alarm. I, too, like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I had no idea would come to this. No, stop! She knows not what she speaks! Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zalot. He's having a bad time. Oh dear. Can someone put Maya's shirt back on? Abbot and me. Bailiff, summon a physician at once. But he's a ghost? Okay. The physician is now attending the high priest, so there's no need to fear. Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Inme, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel, just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the Wright, during the Feast of Blessings. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Datz's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zalot suddenly appeared. Yes, but I was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zalot did not know you were a rebel. I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. Inme. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Puree Zalot. Yes, he was a member of the secret police, serving directly under the Minister of Justice. The secret police? And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder. Trick up Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No, this can't be. My father would never. Oh hey kid, sorry I had to find out this way. Your dad's an asshole. This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zalot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Krynist clergy members receive. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. I guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But, this cannot be. Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning a state-sponsored murder. Peace! Now, Lady and me, please continue. Puree suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab toward him with all my might. But I never meant for what happened next to occur. Hey, how's it going? Allow me to take it from here. But in me, are you sure you're all right now? I am sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Thanks. Please, you need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted the dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at that time, or it was before prayer time had started. Finally, I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite had concluded. It's perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seemed to be praying. Oh man, I just realized. The people praying on either side of him. Ooh. Imagine dealing with that trauma the rest of your life. Oh yeah, I was sitting next to a dead man for 2 days. Whew. Anyway, we do treasure our prayer time after all. So you admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey. Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, or surely she would have tried to stop me. How'd you get Miss Fay's fingerprints on the dagger? I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robes over the Warbad statue. That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robes were on the ground. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the robes, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. See, that was my assumption from the start. It's fine. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Sabati, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inmy's crime, your suicide. It can't be... That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. I don't... Oh, I mean... Is it the Defense Culpability Act? I hate to interrupt this moment by being wrong, but... The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Inmy's killing of Acolyte Zealot in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. In Korain, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he'd see Lady Kira in his final moments. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robes upon the Warbad statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Fey was the rebel-hunting Lady Kira. But... Are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. If you had approached me first, I could have proved that the murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet, had I done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. It's almost like this was a really bad idea. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Poor Rafa. She's really taking this hard. Yeah, everything she thinks she knows and believes in has just been pulled out from under her. Give her a minute. But I can't say I'm surprised. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you and Acolyte Faye is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your Majesty? Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your Benevolence, it is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. Please put your shirt back on first. Please put your shirt back on first. Don't do this, Capcom. Put your shirt back on first, I beg of you. The Magatama of parting, if you please. Very well. Your Benevolence, please allow me the honor. Yes, it would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. Enme. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Thank you for everything. We're good. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. Farewell, my darling Tarost. She's okay! The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm. Maya! I feel great! I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh! But what about the trial, Nick? It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born of the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes? I owe a debt to you. One that I will pay back in court someday. I don't know what you mean by that, and I'm worried. Now to deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. Yeah! Oh, isn't that wonderful? Isn't it nice that we can subjugate another country to our will? To feed our ever-growing capitalism? Yippee! With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused Maya Fey and her defense Phoenix Wright not guilty! Yeah! Woo! Yay! Nobody's clapping. Yay! Woo! Yay! Yeah, woo! 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 Yeah, woo! Yay! Court dismissed. Bring in the dancing lobsters. May 12th, 4:20 p.m. High Court of Kurain. Accused lobby. So I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair. Yeah, it even forced the high priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife. It's just so sad. Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Hi. How you feeling, kid? You doing good? Your benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering. Are you alright? Quiet, you! How could I possibly be alright? Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are? Suddenly appearing before me, trampling my insights underfoot and plunging the Hall of Justice into utter chaos. You even desecrated my mother and father's teaching, you soulless infidel. Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. Yeah, it feels a little more impactful when she's not using words like nincompoop. Hush you. What am I to do? I had always believed that communing with the victim's mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges, rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. Sorry, Raifa. Perhaps I am not worthy of hearing the voices of the mitama. That's where you're wrong, your benevolence. I think it's Maya. What? Yeah. Maya? How dare you? Your role is to bring forth the voices of the mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will? You know nothing, Maya Fey. This game came out in 2016. That tracks. It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's sacred art? But what can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider. Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? It is worth at least a laugh or two. You shouldn't talk like that. Huh? Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? Technically her mom can, but yes. The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly. The station of royal priestess? The people of your kingdom believe in you, but if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in? You know not of what you speak. Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home. A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner. It's all right, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me. Future queen and a future village master. Guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, Your Benevolence. Barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. Doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You've played an important role in assuring that justice was served. And besides, your insights aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel. Your Benevolence? We're all rebels. And you are too now. As Crown Princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false. And most importantly, what role you must play therein. I don't think the leader of a country determines what's true or not, but we're gonna let that one go. I wonder if I'm even up to the task. Knowing you, Your Benevolence, you're more than capable. I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Uh-oh. What was that? That was a very loud boom in my left ear. It came from the hallway. Smoke! We'd better go check it out. Hurry! We should go. Mrs. Inme. Mr. Wright, Acolyte Faye. I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. And now I'm going to kill you. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. I will see the revolution through, so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady Inme, we gotta hurry! That voice, is that Mr. Rebel? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the backs of innocents charged with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have made it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. We have it in our power. Hey there, PW! I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk, everything's ready. It's go time. Dirk? He's here? Oh, fuck! Hi. That's a cool eye patch. It doesn't look very comfortable. Huh. Yeah, okay. Wait, was that the rebel leader, Dirk? After him! Don't let him get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. Revolution. Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea. What is it? The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet it'd make for another awesome TV show. And if we threw the plumed Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it. I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Yay! Nice. Turnabout Storyteller. Next time on Phoenix Wright is Attorney Spirit of Justice. Turnabout Storyteller. I am blocking the little squares at the bottom of the screen so I don't look at them. Huzzah! Yeah. Yay! I'm free. I can eat. I can finally eat and stop talking. Forever. Or at least for another week. Buh. Buh. Thank you all for joining me here tonight for another thrilling episode of Phoenix Wright's Attorney Spirit of Justice. I would like to go back to Homicipher on stream. That was so fun. That was so fun. And thank you all for going with the ad thing. It's something I've been considering for a while. And so far, it seems to be going pretty okay. Seems to be fairly harmless. And again, I would rather not run ads at all, but if running an ad when I'm already not doing something helps more people discover the stream, then yeah, sure. Why not? And it pressures non-subscribers to give me your money. Subscribe. You don't have to do that. That was a joke. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I need to leave. I need to leave. Yeah, why not? I don't like playing their game. Their corporation game. But as Lady Belieb said, we live in a society. Yeah, I'm gonna go now. I will see you all next week for more Phoenix Wright's Attorney Spirit of Justice. Well, goodbye. We've been going for 6 hours, my goodness. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Have a good